Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to Tuesday. It is indeed Tuesday, y'all. The week is gonna go by very, very quickly. It is Courtney. How's everybody doing? What's going on in your life? You know what? All that good jazz, all that stuff. Um, I've just woken up. I'm a snoozy girly, probably too much snoozing, okay? So I snoozed a little bit too many times today. So I am just now waking up to get the day started and still a bit tired, but we're going to make it work, okay? So that's what today is about, okay? So let me know what y'all been up to and what you're reading and what are you doing there, okay? Whew. I'm tired, y'all. Oh man, it's been a long last few days, okay, but we gonna make it work. Today on the docket we have some working out this morning, more like stretching, but we're gonna get it done. Um, and some reading. Okay. It is Arc Madness. I don't know. No, I'm sorry, not Arc, March Madness, which includes Arc. So if you are reading some Arcs, let me know. This is not official Arc sprints. But you know what? We're gonna still read some anyway, okay? And that is that. Let me see where it is. I'm looking at the screen to see where my cursor is supposed to be. Um, I was clicking around. I can't find where I'm supposed to be. All right, there we go. So what has been going on this week? Okay, this week just started. It is Tuesday. I did work the last 3 days, not yesterday, I was off. But I worked into Sunday into Monday. So supposed to have jury duty, and that wound up not happening, which was nice, but I still got off work early. So that was really good. It was the intention, and then it didn't work out. So you know, happy about that. I tried to fulfill my civic duty and they were like, no, fam, we don't want you. So that's okay. Would have been nice to know a little bit earlier, but I took off a little bit earlier for work to accommodate for that. And so happy to know that I was not needed for that. So that's still always nice. Let me know if y'all have had to ever do jury duty, by the way. This would be my first. No, that's not true. This would probably be like my third time in life having been called for jury duty, but the first time for the state of Florida. So I believe, if they don't need you, I think every third year, I think you get called in. I'm not sure what the limitation on that is. I got to ask some coworkers, but still happy that I didn't have to sit up there all day, which was good, which left more time for reading and doing some other things too. So that is that. Other than that, it's just been, chilling, relaxing, trying to hydrate, trying to stretch your body, get your mind right. Make sure you hydrate. That is always important. Gonna get a refill. I don't have my planner with me, so I feel I'm one of those people that I feel kind of naked without my planner because it kind of tells me what are all the things I have done. Can't rely on my memory to me for that, but probably because I've been doing a lot more working in the last 3 days. It takes a lot out of you working 3 night shifts in a row. So I just remember working and reading, that's about it. The reading kind of gets me through the work process. So, excuse me. Excuse me. So I did finish a book, an ARC book called Milicia. That was pretty good. If y'all are interested, let me see. Actually, it's not an ARC. What am I talking about? It is a YA book that was actually pretty good. I'm trying to see if I can pull it up here. Milicia. I actually heard about it from Miss WOC Reader and enjoyed it. So if y'all are interested, Milicia, it's a YA YA, I'd say supernatural horror. That's what it is. YA supernatural horror with some romance elements to it, or the YA, the angst leading up to it, but not really doing none of that type thing. So, but it's pretty good. I enjoyed that. So no qualms there at all. For this sprint today, I think I'm going to read this graphic here. I need to go get, hold on, is this a graphic? It's supposed to be. All right, so I'm going to be reading, is this YA? I'm not sure. I'm not really sure. Oh, okay, yeah, Teen YA, sci-fi fantasy comic graphic. Anyway, it's called Mary Sue. So we'll see what this is about. It's about a social media influencer. So anyway, so that's on the docket. But first, I'm going to be working out in the first sprint. You know how that goes on Tuesday. So hello, Core Moods. How are you today? Welcome, welcome. What are you up to? What are you reading and what are you doing? This first sprint, we're going to be doing some working out and some stretches. So I highly encourage you to do that. At the very least, hydrate and take some deep breaths. And that will be what the first sprint is about. Let me get you a link for this other thing here. Bear with me here, y'all. By the way, you have Miss Chantel who is sprinting today for March Madness. You know, that's the ARCs I was talking about a little while ago. And also you have Miss Kelly who is sprinting for, what is it called? The Morning Pirates. They're writing sprints, but I attend them whenever I can. So even though I'm not a writer, but still fun time. Allow you to see how the writing process goes for those people that do the writing here. You're reading The Changeling by Victor LaValle. Ooh, okay. I think that's very interesting. I have read, what's it, The Changeling? Hold on, I'm gonna have to look that up. Hold up. March. I'm trying to put a link in here. I believe I have read. Is it The Changeling I read? Oof. Changeling. Is that the one where the lady goes into the woods? Oh, crap. Hold up. I can't spell today. Changeling by Victor LaValle. I don't think, I'm trying to remember if that's the book that I read. Where, oh, yep, it is. It's a lady that kind of has like she goes into the woods, she's twins, and she's kind of metamorphed to a certain extent. Let's see. I'm just reading this. Oh no, this is definitely not the book. Change of reader. Wow. I don't want to sit there and read the plot to y'all in case y'all or anybody in there is not wanting to, spoil it for themselves if it's been a while. Yeah, this is definitely not the book. Why does the front cover looks familiar? Oh, you know what I'm thinking of? Oh my gosh. I'm thinking of Sorrowland by, who wrote Sorrowland? Let me know. Prompt me. Who wrote Sorrowland? Oh, Sorrowland. Is that the one with River Solomon? That's what I am thinking of. Okay, well, never mind on that one. Okay. Okay. I was sitting there, I was like, hold up, that the cover looks familiar. I think I was researching this one, and then I found that one. Okay. Well, how are you liking Changeling? It sounds like it has a good premise. Based off reading it, I was like, hold up, I definitely didn't read that book. Well, hopefully you're enjoying it. Victor Lavelle definitely packs a punch, okay, for sure. I remember the Ballad of Black Tom, which was really, really good. I'm trying to think about any other books I've read by him. I can't remember. I might have read one other one. I know I tried to get, what's that book, Destroyer, from the library, and they put me on hold. That sucker must have been on hold on my list for like a year and a half. And they kept saying it was in the library, and then they took it off, which means that they lost it. That happens at the library. They'll lose something, but they'll leave it on the list. That's how you know they don't have it. It's like, how does a book stay on the list for a year? However, I did recently receive a book from the library near me here that I think my name been on their list for 6 months. And I was going to take the book off, and all of a sudden it came to me, and I was like, how am I number 2 for 6 months? That's a long time. I don't know. Glitches in the system, y'all. You need to edit, but I don't feel like it. I don't blame you, Core Moods. I don't blame you. Editing is work. I'd much rather just read the book, but you got this. You got this. Hello, Renee. Oh, I don't see you in the comments here. Well, hello, Renee. How are you doing today? Let us know what you're up to. What's going on? This is the link for March Madness. I believe Chantel is sprinting now, so go by and say hello. Yep. I love the other books, The Devil in Silver and the novella. Yes, he definitely packs a punch. Like, he has his pulse on what goes on in society with social injustice and things like that. So definitely very interesting voice. You gotta kind of dig deep a little bit with him, but I think he does a really great job. I really wanted to read The Destroyer. It's a graphic novel, but it just never came through with the library. So I don't know what happened with that one. So there we go. Thank you. I was trying to remember it. I was just like, that cover just looked familiar. I was like, I've read this, but yeah, definitely have not. Yeah, he does have really good writing. I agree with you on that one. Renee is. Oh, really? Oh, I did not know. I'm going to have to look up. Okay. Let me see. I got my other tab up, which I almost never do. Let me see. Where's my subscriptions? Oh my. Renee, how come I can't find her on my thing? Why do I not have Renee on here? Maybe I have it listed as Renee. Ooh, why am I not seeing it? What's Renee's channel name? Maybe I have it listed as something else and I don't know. I don't know. That's interesting. Sometimes I have people's channels names just kind of lost in the sauce. I'm thinking it's one thing and not another. So I'm wondering what I have it listed as. Or maybe I might not have, probably haven't sprinted by her in a long friggin' time. So that's might be it. See, sorry, I'm going to a whole nother, let me go here. Let me get back to my sprint, y'all. But yeah, let me know. Okay. Where? Why am I not? I have been to her channel. You know how YouTube, they kind of hide things if you haven't been in a minute, which I've definitely been a little bit out of the loop. I will say that. Oh yeah, well, it's not coming up here, but let me go ahead and just type this in. So, I can't rely on my brain. Still not coming up. All right, I'll find it. I put another tab so I can make sure I go past by. Okay. Oh no, man. Life. Yeah, I don't know why I can't find it there. Okay, so I'll take a look. I'll take a look. Okay, if you have a link, you can put it here and I can copy it. All right, so we're going to get to this workout before I chicken out and not do it. Okay. Not that I want to in the first place. So I'm going to go around and show some support for all my book people. I try to do that before I get into my own sprints, and then I completely forget because I get up late. So I'm going to go ahead and say hello to a few people and then get to this workout. Okay, so you do the same, and we'll be back in about an hour. So we're going to go to the race timer. You know how we do it here. And here we go here. So we have some emojis, which I will say, these don't look as fun as I thought they would be. Okay, but we're gonna roll with it and go from there. Okay. So we have. I lost my comments. There we go. Librarian. Autocorrect messed me up. Maybe that's why I couldn't find it. I don't know. Okay. It doesn't show on my subscription list that she's sprinting. I just see Cursed Dragonship, which is Kelly and maybe Alicia, and then Chantel for March Madness. So, but sometimes I don't get that little red dot, that says that someone's live. I have to find them. There's been plenty of people that someone told me that they were sprinting and they didn't show up in my feed. So, but I'll take a look at that. Go and show Vinny some love there. Okay. All right, so here's our emojis. We have number 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, number 1 is extremely happy. Number 2 is like, yeah. Number 3 is, I'm assuming that's a kissy face. Doesn't look very, very promising. And number 4 is really kind of upset. Okay, so I'm a smiley, happy-go-lucky person. At least I try to be. I have my moments when I'm number 4. But I'm going to be number 1 here, okay? So let's see what number 1 does in this race. So let me know who you will be rooting behind in order to, come out on top in this race for our first sprint of the day. Let me know. Let me know. Now I am going to. Yeah, I have a Library of Alexandria written down. Let me put the @ symbol here. Where's the @ symbol? I think I have been to her channel prior to, no, new library. That's not it. More recently. Weird-ish. All right, anyway, I'll figure it out. Okay, y'all. So here is our race here. Put in the comments who you think is going to win. And we are off to the races. See you in an hour. Oh no, the one. Okay, well that was that sprint number two. If that was your winner, that was the person that won. Congratulations for anybody who selected number two. Whew. Sweaty, y'all. You see this madness? That is the state of the business over here in Tangible Reads land, okay? Very sweaty. Whew. Had a good workout on that one. During that workout, I started with patroning Kelly at Cursed Dragon Ship Sprints. Get that out. Say that 3 times, right? So I did that, and then I went over to Mark's Madness, reading those arcs over there with Chantel. And then after that, I went on a rabbit hole. I could not find Renee's channel to save my life. Okay. I don't know. I kept typing it in. I finally found it. I had to go. I found her over at March Madness, and then I decided to type in that name several times, exactly as the handle came, and it took a minute. Okay, it definitely took a minute, but I finally used the @ symbol and then some quotation marks, and got it done. Okay, sometimes that's just how it is. You have difficulty finding channels, so found that, and I was actually sitting on her channel because she was talking during my workout. So anyway, that is the fiasco that happened here. A workout did indeed occur, so I am happy about that. No issues there. So actually, she's still sitting on here. So I was learning some things about the Norway civil system. So very interesting, somewhat similar to America. So there we go. Sweating. Sweating. I'm hoping that this sweat has more to do with my workout and me doing some stuff than it just being hot in that room, because sweating does not always equate to calories burned and activity done. Okay, but I was doing my thing, trying to do it, hydrating as well. Make sure y'all take a glass of water. Okay, I don't think I drink as much of this water as I should have, so we're gonna keep it on. Okay, I go list 2 of these today. I feel like since Boot Camp Readathon, as you know, Boot Camp Readathon is my 2-week readathon that I host at the beginning of January. I tout hydration very well. I was very hydrated in January, and I think it's left off. So I'm working on that, excuse me, back in progress to get hydrated again. Okay, so there's that. This is the link that I put up to my latest video, which is my wrap up for the month of February. So if you were so inclined to have a few minutes, go and check it out. It was a good time. I have some other videos in the process. I spoke about if you go the video before that, I started a book club, and it is called Tangible Reads Book Club, TRBC. So original, but I love my channel name. And so we're going to be reading 1 book each and every month, normally by an underrepresented voice. That's for the most of the goal. And then we'll have a discussion. I try to keep it maybe to an hour or less for the discussion at the end of each month. So last month we did Winch, which was very interesting. And this month we're going to be reading this book, Dominion, which I picked up from the library. It's actually much smaller than I expected it to be. How many pages is this? Addie Chichens. She's beautiful, y'all. So the book is about 200, let's see, with the epilogue, 228 pages. So it's not very long at all. I thought it'd be thicker. But it is Dominion. So the discussion will be March 31st at 7:30 p.m. EST. So if y'all are interested, go ahead and check this book out. You have a bit of time to get to it, and hope to see you at the discussion. Get some insights into what you think of that book. Okay. And also, if you want to go a little bit further back, I went to Cancun in February as well, celebrating Black History Month in the Caribbean. Nothing wrong with that. So if you're interested, you can go ahead and check out that vlog for my vacation with the family. It was a fun time. So, hello, Miss Maggie. How are you doing? Good morning. Good morning. Welcome. What are you up to today? Let us know. Hello, Paula. Hello, hello. Gotta leave the house in a minute, but wanted to pop in and hug the like button before I left. And happy sprinting. My vote is for Duck Face to win. Yeah. Yeah, Duck Face did not win. Duck Face came in. Ooh, I don't know where it came in, but it didn't win. The face won for that was number 2, but that's okay. In spirit, my smiley face won. So there we go on that one. Well, hopefully, I know you're gone, but I hope that your outside adventure is all that you need it to be and is warmer. Okay, so that is the positive and safe. Okay, get home safe so you can read your books. Okay. Maggie said them. I know, Matt, right? Okay. That's like the story of life, right? Totes suits my mood today. Well, you know what? It happens. It happens. Sometimes you just have those days, But you know what? Hydrate. That's my solution to everything. Hydrate, read a good book. We got this one for the end of the month, but read a good book and, enjoy yourself. Have a drink if you're so inclined. Have something, anything to brighten your mood. Okay. I feel like we all deserve that. Okay. I was looking at, I was listening more than actually participating because, your girl was trying to work out so I can make this sweat count for something, right? But I was listening to Renee speak about the public assistance system in Norway, right? And, there's a difference between like disability public assistance versus welfare, blah, blah, blah. But either way, it's still a restricted income system because it comes from the government, right? And so I was thinking the same thing about like America. Okay, it's similar, not quite, but similar. They're all a public. I hate to use the term welfare. It just sounds, I don't know. Welfare in my head has such a negative connotation, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just welfare just means taking care of somebody, right? But anyway, I'm going to say public assistance system, right? And there's always people that use and abuse, and then there's also those that like desperately need it, like would not survive without it. But in either case, it's a restricted system. Okay. I would say it's probably not the system that we all choose to want to grow up in. I mean, it's something that everybody has a different lot in life. You accept that and you move on, right? But in America, I hear a lot of the discourse about people are lazy and all of this stuff, which to me do not generalize. It's very, very, I think, disrespectful in that way. But I was just sitting there thinking about how people, and this isn't anything she specifically said. It was just what was running through my head of just some things I've heard about in life. But people have this idea about how because somebody is happy that they, like if somebody's on assistance, right? Because they are happy, they have a little extra change, they went on vacation, they're going out to eat. It's the idea that they're happy to be on assistance and letting the government take care of them. And it's almost like this idea that you should basically be crawling in a hole and sad, and like the mud face. I'm one of those people that I believe in making lemonade out of lemons. Okay. And maybe that's just how I grew up as a, minority in the United States, one of those groups of people that, historically has not had it easy. And I find that resilience that idea of making the best of every situation is ingrained in all of us if we choose to put that out there. So I could be in a very horrible situation, and I've been loaning money at times in my life and things like that too, eating ramen noodles and all that stuff. But that doesn't mean I'm going to crawl in a hole and be sad and woe is me. Like I'm gonna make life work. I'm gonna put a smile on my face. Okay. Uh, I may scavenged up all week to go out to eat, and I'm looking like I'm having a good time and had that extra drink, but that don't mean that's how it is each and every day. So it's just the idea that because people make something look good, don't mean that everything's peachy keen. I don't know if I'm explaining that right. I'm just saying that just because you don't have a lot of money don't mean you have to act like you're Popo. I've seen some broke people that look very expensive looking. Now you don't know in what way they got that. and what the rest of their life looked like. It's just that when they showed up, it was on and popping. And so I think people have a certain connotation about how somebody lives their life off of an instance. And it's really not fair. So that's just something in my head I was thinking about. It's a discourse I had with someone a while back about like people that are big, right? Which to each his own on how people live their life and blah blah blah. But I'm just saying that I think beauty comes in all shapes and sizes, right? And you do you, right? But I think that people have this idea, like they say, what do they say? Oh, she's so confident, like for big people or a great personality or whatever, right? I think beauty comes in all shapes and sizes. Why can't somebody be a big girl or a big guy and still be confident and cute? Like, why is that a negative thing? I used to hear that a lot in my youth of people kind of making it seem like you're throwing somebody a bone when they're like, if they're a bigger person, like you have to compliment them or like they shouldn't feel good about themselves, because they're a big person. I'm like, why can't they feel good about themselves? Like, should they crawl in a hole and feel bad about themselves because they're a bigger person? I don't even understand that mentality either. Okay. I know some very confident, gorgeous big people, okay, and they are rocking it, okay. But maybe that's where some of that attitude comes from because society tends to overall look down, I think, upon a bigger body. So part of why we have body positive, all that stuff. So, but if you want a book that talks about kind of both of those subjects in a very, very good manner, I think it gave me a lot of food for thought. And part of why I have this mentality that I have is a book called Bad Fat Black Girl by Natasha Bowen. I'm telling you, I still think about that book. It's a memoir, like a trap feminism memoir. And I never even heard of Natasha Bowen, but I'm telling you, that book kind of really just changed my viewpoint, or maybe gave me better wordings, or just made me kind of a better person in my head in a mentality about maybe some of the biasness that I inadvertently had or flat out had. But just very, very good book. I heard about it in BookTube. Can't remember who initially recommended that book, but I'm so thankful that I read it. 5 stars all the way. And the cover is awesome too. But yeah, we have a lot of little biasness in our head. We need to check ourselves on, okay? Anyway, Swank, hello. How are you doing today? Happy World Awesomeness Day. Oh, well, thank you very much. Okay. We know that. I like that. Happy Ranch Dressing Day. Oh, what? What? It's Ranch Dressing Day? Hidden Valley? Really? Okay. I'm loving today already. Okay. And happy Hug Your Dog Day. Oh, my boo is getting some hugs. Did she get a pet? I don't think I pet her earlier. I got up late. Okay, I'm gonna rectify that. But I'm loving all of today's swank. Okay, awesomeness, ranch dressing, and hug the dog. It's nothing bad about any of that, and I'm going to celebrate all of that. Okay. Yay, thank you. Swank is coming through with some goodness today, okay? Make sure any sprints that you go to, I'm sure you will, but spread all of that goodness, okay? Caw, throw it out into the world. I like it. I like it. And we're reading our books. We're already on a good track, okay? Workout is done. Good. Okay, because I didn't want to do it, but I did it. Okay. Maggie is finishing formatting book 13, The Shadow Hunt, today, and listening to a beta read. You are a busy lady. Book 13. Wow. Good job. Okay. I'm liking that. That's productivity. Okay. Matt is your sprint emoji. There we go. There we go. Fit right. It really is. You know what? It could change. Man could be at some point. You know, you got to go from, slow, got to slowly put in there. And then once you do that, then you can do the duck face, okay? Put it all together. Makes me sad that some who really need it can't get it. Oh, and that's a whole nother ball game, okay? Because, there's a lot of, what's the term? Particularities, injustices, things like that in the assistance system. Okay. I've known some people that really needed it and did not get it. Okay. Some due to their own not willing to fight for it, and those that the government was just like, no, and in that case, you very, very hope that you have somebody else there to take care of you, but I work in healthcare, right? So I see a lot of situations. Okay. I've seen people that have nothing, and I've seen people that are so privileged and entitled that have everything and still believes they deserve everything. Right. So, but I have seen people that like sitting there telling me about how the hospital is like the best bed they've had in forever, because they don't have anything, about how they keep getting denied for disability and they can't work. But I have also seen some people that like nurses, especially, I think is very interesting because healthcare, people don't think about healthcare is full of individuals just like, well, I'm in healthcare, but you, me, everybody, right? These are people, right? Healthcare is not for the faint of heart. You see a lot, you do a lot, okay? You have vulnerable populations, people that are there in the hospital because they can't take care of themselves. They've gotten themselves into a situation beyond their control that they need to relinquish that autonomy of their health to a stranger that you hope has all the knowledge to get them better and then put them out into the world, right? So you have these people that are counting on you. Now, we're individuals trying to tend to these people, and we have our limitations as well, okay? It's a physical job. Like, people don't think about like clinical healthcare, okay? I'm talking about the clinical, the people on the floors, the day-to-day people. That is a physical job. You walk around a lot. It takes a toll on your body. I work night shift. Luckily, it's not every day because I could not do it. But, we work shift work because it's 24/7 that people need somebody to take care of them in this medical setting, right? So, and night shift has been proven. I took this little class a few months back that talked about the dangers of night shift and how you have a higher probability of having health concerns working a night shift job, which is why I try to take care of myself as much as I can, right? And enjoy my life too. But I'm just saying that we're human. So you have people that have taken care of people, their life as a job, and then their health fails too. Because like I said, they're human as well. And then I see those people in the hospital. And it's really sad of somebody that's been a nurse, an ICU nurse, a pediatric doctor, Doctors are the worst patients because they feel so entitled and like they know everything. I hate doctor patients. I enjoy nurse patients, okay, the nice ones, because some think they know everything. Others are very, very humbled because they know the situation that other people are in. But it's very interesting to see somebody that has taken care of someone so long, and now they're in a position where they're having someone else take care of them. And I'm talking about people that are on like disability, like a long-term situation, not like I got sick, I'm in the hospital for a few days. So imagine somebody that spent their life taking care of people and now they're on disability, can barely pay their bills, and is at the mercy of the public services system to take care of them. Very, very humbling. Okay. I've seen documentaries. I've also seen people in person that like have lost their homes. You know, they're walking around the hospital and then they had a health condition that they couldn't get over or couldn't return back to work. Because, like I said, you're walking around this hospital, you know, techs, nurses, like any of those clinician situations like myself where you're on your feet all day walking, right? A major medical issue can just put you on your ass. And the job that you've worked your entire life for that pays your bills is just gone. You know, you have your short-term and long-term disability and they run out. And then what do you do after that? What happens if this disability services denies you and says, whatever your condition is not something we're going to pay you now a what do they call it, social services check for? So what do? You pay your bills. I can't do my job I went to school for. You know, what if you're 50, 60? You're not trying to go back to school if you can. And then you got to worry about ageism and all this stuff in the system. But, you know, government don't care. Life doesn't like you. Life is a great thing, but it's not owing you nothing. It's not going to pay you nothing. So that's why I always tell people, enjoy what you have when you have it. I'm not saying being dumb and stupid and spend every dollar you have and all this other stuff and make bad choices, but enjoy within your capability of the life you have, the one you leave, and where you're at. Okay. Because it's not guaranteed. Okay. You can try your best. I believe in saving and doing what you can. And some people have that easier than others. I grew up not really having much. So I'm very cognizant of making sure I have some shit now. Okay. So I may be a little bit overly cautious. And my husband and I kind of bicker about money sometimes. But to me, it comes from a good place of me making sure that we have something. Because I know what it's like not to have that. I have family members that are in way worse situation than I've been in, you know, and we come from the same stock, you know. So I think decisions in life you make a big difference in where you end up, but also there are circumstances outside of your control. So there you go. That's PSA, y'all. We are getting all in deep in here. Hydrate, yo. Hydrate. Let's say Maggie says, to be honest, if daycare and preschool for children were fully funded, it will be help so many families. Also, senior services should be funded. That brings it to a whole new situation right there. Daycare. Whew. Daycare. And you know they have daycare for adults and all that stuff too. But daycare, you can go broke trying to work and have a kid, okay? And for some people, being on public assistance is a lot less traumatizing for a kid and for the family than trying to work and scramble and put that kid in some sort of daycare system. Okay. Some may not be up to par. Like, is it worth it of you trying to scramble to work, running from here and so where you can't take care of your kid, only to be able to afford some dangerous situation to put your kid in a daycare system, you know, like, you know, you at home daycare, blah, 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 things like that. I'm just saying there's some, yeah, there's some broken things in this world, broken things. Okay. And I think when it comes to senior services, I think, I don't know about other countries and I don't have the answers, okay? And I don't want to be a Debbie Downer with pointing out the problems because y'all already know. But I think that there, at least in America, it's such a capitalistic biased system that was not designed to benefit everybody. Like the way our system, and there's whole books written about this, but the way that our system is set up is for a few to succeed and the rest to support them. Okay. And it's designed for others to just basically be used until they're, like they're disposable, until they can't use anymore. And then hopefully the next generation replaces them to be used and are disposable again. That's the way our system is set up in a nutshell. Okay. That's my opinion, my explanation for the way our system is set up. And that is directly related to what you're talking about here. Lack of daycare and taking care of our seniors. Okay. It's not designed to be all inclusive. That's why I think it's interesting when people talk about like America and the freedom country. I mean, I guess it depends on what you're talking about in terms of freedom and things like that. But you know how people are like, when bad things happen, I can't believe this happened in our country. Oh my God, we're not like this. We're better than this. All these tragedies, we're better than this. No, we're not. No, we're not. Gotta show my diamond painting. I need to reset this room up. I keep saying I'm gonna do it and I don't. But no, we're not. What you see on television about America is exactly what America is designed for and how it was set up. Okay, so I'm not one to sugarcoat things, and maybe it's because I'm more part of the minority group, and so I see that underbelly of what America really doesn't want to talk about. But America is exactly what you see on television. I mean, there's good things and there's bad things, okay, but it's all of that. So bad things happen, don't be shocked. When good things happen, don't be shocked either. Okay. So hug your babies tight and live your life the best way you can without causing harm to other people. That's the way I look at it. People should be punished for their mental attitude. People get punished for positive mental attitude. Exactly. I don't care. Government don't care. You never know the struggle behind the facade. Facts. Problem is we're all sold into keeping up with the Joneses Real Housewife thing. Exactly. And that's that capitalism, consumerism environment that everybody can succeed. And it's really not like this. It's not set up for everybody to succeed. If everybody was successful and everybody made $1 million, then what would make that exclusivity club exclusive? It's not. You have the have and the haves not. The haves appreciate and love what they have when they look at the have-nots. Okay, that's what makes it fun, right? That's what makes it great. That's what makes you feel good about yourself. I'm just saying in a nutshell. Okay, it's not designed for that. And all this stuff that people feed into with the Kardashians and all that stuff on television, don't. You have people that will break their back. Okay, working all month long to go buy some Kim Kardashian's this or a Prada purse or Kate Spade, all this stuff, right? You're feeding into these people getting richer while you're struggling to pay for this design label that costs so much money, and they're getting richer, and you're just shelling into that fortune. What are they giving you? And the person that made that purse, they probably paid less than what you make. It's crazy, right? And it's so funny because even those people aren't really happy. It's a facade. It's all a facade. It's all fake. All of it. Okay. But that's their reality, and they're making the best out of it too by using you. That's why I don't really feed into like labels and all of that stuff. Like, look at Kate Spade, right? At work the other day, I was walking behind this girl that had a Kate Spade purse. And then I was thinking about how I went to an outlet with my friend, and she got one of those little tiny little purses. Like, it was on a strap, and it was about this size, maybe a little smaller. It was $127. I was like, what? I just went for the outing and to hang with my girl and have some food. But I think I bought some beef jerky the whole day. Other than that, I just walked around with her and we made fun of how expensive things were. But she bought this purse, and I'm like, wow, right? And then there was a wallet she bought that was like $60, right? But I'm sitting there thinking, Kate Spade and all her money, people think all these things make you happy. She uh, uh she offed herself, okay, let's just say it like that. Like she wasn't, we all have our demons in life, but I'm just saying that the demons got the best of her, and I think she suffered from depression. But she unalived herself. I don't know why I say that term, I don't even like it. But money can't buy you happiness. She had all that friggin' money, and it's still, she was her own demise, but people are still buying this money, this stuff that feeds into her legacy. Her family is still banking on that name, Anthony Bourdain, right? I don't know if y'all know him. He was like a food critic, journalist, food taster, whatever. Super famous. I used to watch his shows. He would literally travel the world and get documented eating food, food critic, that's the term. Like the most luxurious foods, like in the world, at the most expensive places. I would love to have his job. Y'all, if somebody wants me to be a food critic and want to pay me to go around the world eating food, critiquing it, okay, I'm there. Okay, I will quit healthcare in a heartbeat if that can be sustainable. Okay, just I would love that job. Okay, and he did the same thing. Like I said, we all have our demons, but don't feed into other people's legacy, which they themselves still have issues with. Okay. Also, the fashion industry and medical industry work together for size shaming women. Mm, true, true, true. And you see a whole lot more of that lately too, with the Ozempic and all that stuff. Oh my gosh, y'all. I still am trying to figure out what's going on with Serena Williams. I'm just like, girl, I don't even understand. I don't know what she's going through. I don't be listening to all the stuff. I just see the stuff I see. She looks weird. She's gotten thinner. Looks like her skin's gotten lighter too. I don't understand what's really going on. I thought she was awesome before. But I did see this article yesterday by, what was her name? Kelly Osbourne, right? You know how she just looks, I don't know what's going on with her, right? But she just looks like a completely different person. But super skinny, unhealthy looking. But I thought it was very interesting because people were saying she looks unwell. And she had this little article or something or interview she did the other day where she addressed that, and she was like, people say that I look ill, and that's because I am. I was like, okay, I appreciate somebody addressing that, because there's been a lot of celebrities that think they look okay looking like this. Okay. But she was saying that, her dad died. She's not over it. She's not eating, things like that. And also, she did say that she did not take Ozempic. She said her mother took Ozempic, but she did not. I don't know how all of that stuff plays out, but that's what she said. But I appreciate her addressing, hey, I don't look well, because you do not look well. Now, when she does look well, let's see what she comes up outside of that. But I think it's just very interesting. But yeah, I have been a long time fan of not allowing other people, and it's a struggle in society, but I've strived a lot to not let other people dictate what I should and should not look like. I mean, we feed it into a certain extent because it's pushed down your throat from a young child. I think as a whole, I think in the Black community, I never had a super strong influence to be super skinny. Um, and for certain things, because like I grew up in an era where there wasn't a lot of Black representation on television and in magazines. Like we had Ebony and Essence, and that was about it. So Teen Magazine and all the more popular wide known magazines that you generally see around is the ones I encountered a whole lot more. And I didn't see people that really looked like me on television a lot or inside of um, those magazines. So I kind of just brushed that off as something I couldn't attain. So they're not speaking about me. So I would just read it for entertainment, maybe take some beauty secrets or something from it and call it a day. But it wasn't something that I felt like I could achieve. So I'm not going to even attempt, you know? And then when I did see, like, start seeing more Black representation, I think is more well rounded in our community with acceptance. And because it's just so diverse, I think. And, but I do find that these days, a lot of like Black celebrities tend to, once they start getting really, really famous, they start getting on that trend of just getting real, real skinny. And I don't like that. So to me, that just puts a bad taste in my mouth. So I tend to kind of brush that off. But you know, you got to find a good representation in your personal life, I think, that will help you be the person that you should need to be. I think TV celebrities and all shouldn't be your idols. I mean, there's nothing wrong with taking away from those things or looking at the fashion industry and stuff. And no, I wouldn't mind that and stuff. But I think that having that representation in person of that support system goes a long way. And I, you know, to a certain extent, I had that. Like in my family, I saw a little bit of everybody. Okay. So it wasn't something somebody said. But I just grew up with, I guess, I grew up with a lot of strong Black women, okay, from different kind of walks of life. So I took a little bit from all of them, and even Black men. You know, my uncles were some dogs, y'all. They were in the streets, okay. But I took from them the things that I wanted to and did not want of what I wanted in a guy. So I think I grew up with that. So it's a representation to a certain extent. But I think having those things really helps you, but also having somebody as a support system to help you shape that, I think is important. Same thing with school systems, that helps too. Because, you know, sometimes you may not have a mom or a dad at home. And so if you have that role model or something you can look up to in school, I think it makes a difference. And I know not everybody has that. And when they don't, it definitely kind of shows. So, you know, take that for what it is, though. But I just think people on television should not be your ultimate only role models. I think it's setting things up for disaster. Okay. Anyway, hello, Miss Kiana. How are you doing today? Welcome. About to start work and wanted to come by and say hi and boot the like button. Much appreciated. Have a good day. Maggie says the number of times when I was trying to help family members get assistance, we were told, why don't you just go back to the reservation? It used to make me so sad, so mad. Now I just breathe in and walk away. You know, whew, that's bad. I've not encountered that, okay, at all, okay. I've encountered horrible, okay, but that is America, okay. I don't know about other countries, okay, but that is America. And when people say, when you have situations like that and they try to blow it off and be like, oh, whatever, that is America and that is your truth. And the reality is, hearing something like that one time shapes your entire future. And people don't think about that. Like in America, it's, oh, I read this in some book. It talked about blowing off racism is it's like it's part of our culture. It's accepted that people are just going to say ignorant comments and we should just be quiet and accept them, or just be like whatever and then just move on. And I'm like, that's not the answer either, because those people, and generally they're people in power, continue to do those same things and we never get ahead because of that. Okay. That's how you get the George Floyds of the world. Okay. Who wasn't the first? It was just the one that everybody decided it was an uproar about. What about everybody else, you know? But yeah, and it's so sad. I've been told things. Hell, on this live stream, was it 2 years ago? I was called the N word on this live stream talking about books. And you know what? I blew that off. But is that okay too? No, that's indicative of a problem. And that is why you continue to have those. And the same thing in the institutions of our governments. I mean, I think the solution, one of the solution, I don't have all the answer, is to diversify, um, have training, have people from different walks of life in there. But you know what? Our system is not designed for everybody to have representation so that you could try to um, make things a little bit more equitable. Our country wasn't founded on that. When I was working as a medication administration nurse, I would get so mad because it seemed like the wealthiest got the worst care from their family, while the poorer families had more attentive families. Oh, that is so true. That's true. But they demand the most too. It's like the money. But some of those wealth people come in and they want everything for you. And I was like, I got other patients. I can't just sit here all day with you. I don't. When I get entitled patients, I get in and out real quick. They seem to be the bane of everybody's existence. Everybody on the floor knows who that person is, even if that is not their patient. Okay. So yeah, it is what it is. But I've seen some poor family that don't take care of family either. So in the end, it's about the different families. But I always think that a smile and a nice and a thank you gets you more of where you need to be at than acting entitled, and no matter how much money you have. Night shifts was always interesting. Just use that word. It was. I enjoy night shift though. I will say that I worked night and I've worked days. And where my current job is, okay, because meet me where I'm at, which is right now. I thoroughly enjoy night shifts. I had planned after my time I got like a small bonus. So I had to fulfill a year, but I had planned to try to get on the day shift. But I definitely believe I will stay night shift for a minute. Okay. For one, I enjoy the money. We get paid very well for night shift, which I appreciate because not all jobs pay you well for a night shift. It's not anything for weekends, and I work a lot of weekends. Okay. I used to be available on Sprint a lot on weekends. For those of y'all that have been around, you don't see me much at all because we work a lot more weekends. And maybe it's because we are required to work weekends or why they don't pay much for that. My other job used to pay a lot for weekends, not as much for nights. But here it's kind of reverse. But I enjoy the extra money for sure. The less chaos. I mean, it has its moments, believe you me. But I definitely enjoy the night shift. I can think, okay. I had a retired nurse patient in the Alzheimer's unit. She was always giving patients their pills. It was buttons. So many incident reports. Oh no, that was not good. You got to keep an eye on her. You have to keep an eye on her. I left nursing to go to pharmacy and then went to post office for less stress. You know what? You got to do what you need to do for your sanity. I'm telling you, okay? My husband suggested that I go to day shift, and I brought up to him because we do have a shortage. If I really wanted to transition, I could. But it's like, is my sanity worth that? I mean, to each his own. Everybody has a reason for things. Because I started out on night shift and I went to day shift for other reasons. And they're not there anymore, But you got to think about what's worth your sanity. Because even moving here, I took a pretty good pay cut to move down here. Okay. Because I was making more on a day shift where I was at before we moved than I work on a night shift here with the differential. Okay. But you gotta be, and it's a little bit more stress, but it got me to where I needed to be, which is less stress on me. So you have to think about that, but you gotta do what works best for your condition. Sometimes moving position helps, even if that requires less money, sometimes it's more money too, but moving around. Same thing in the different departments, you know? But yeah, you gotta watch out. Disability has denied me for 11 years because there's always another migraine med that can put a person on. Never mind that one can barely function on them. That is true. That is true. And I've heard a lot of people talk about headaches are not a reason for disability. Let those people suffer from them chronically themselves, and then they would probably have a different thing. There's a lot of people that have different attitudes until they suffer from it too, you know. Like I had a patient, what, 2, 3 days ago. We were talking. It was something on. Oh, I know what it was. You know, you have the Law and Order, what SB Special Victims Unit, the sexual assault one. You know, and you know they have lots of crazy cases on there. But the guy it was something on the TV, and he was like, "Yeah, this show is crazy." I was like, "Yeah, there's some, you know, evilness in this world, right?" And he was talking about like it wasn't until he had a daughter that he changed all his little sexist ideas in his head, you know. And he was like, yeah, he was like, I changed almost immediately. Not to say he was doing those things, but just, you know, a lot of guys have these little sexist, antiquated, misogynistic ideas about the world, right? Men rule, you know. And he was like, I had my daughter and it just changed all my ideas about that, you know. And I think it's interesting because this is a grown man. He was in his 40s sometime, right? But what about all those men that has sons, or men that don't have kids, or men that didn't wake up and drink, you know, and still are drinking the Kool-Aid that have daughters? Why does it take having a kid for you to realize that, hey, there's something not right in the world, you know? So, and those are the people that we encounter. So you got to look out for yourself, okay? Be grateful for the time we are given. Exactly. Hello, Miss Wren. How are you doing? Hello, hello. Welcome. What are you doing today? Let us know. Let us know. Listening to Crown of Midnight for Jesse and Jen's Sarah J. Maas read along. Ooh, how many books are in that series? Let me know. If everyone made $1 million, bread would be 300 a loaf. True, true, true. True, true. But even then, though, you would still have a hierarchy. You know, you have those people that are like old money versus new money. I remember Titanic. You know, I speak in movies and songs, right? But Titanic, remember they were like new money, obviously, but still part of the club. Okay, you're still looking down. So you have the Vanderbilts and the Rockefellers, like the founding wealth of this country, you know, the people that owned everything and people, right? You have them versus, hey, I won $50 million. Yeah, right. They'd look at me and be like, trash, bitch. You know, they'd be like, new money, whatever, you won that. What does your family do? You know, it's new money, old money. We all still, well, it's not the same level, but I'm still rich. It don't matter, right? So think about that, though. You know, it's still going to be a hierarchy, okay? But I will still take $1 million. Okay, you can look down upon me. Give me that $50 million. I'll take it. We ain't got to talk. Hello, Faithful. How are you doing? We're just chilling, lurking in the background, just listening to us talk. How are you? What's welcome? What's going on? How's the crocheting? I hope all is well. You know, it's life and life. Time to hydrate. Time to hydrate. I mean, y'all weren't here before. My book club, we're going to be reading Dominion. The discussion is going to be March 31st at 7:30 p.m. If you're interested, it's only about 260 pages, not very long at all. So feel free to get in on that. Request it from your library. You have time. Maggie says, I could buy 30 chicks for that purse or a pair of goats or a new beehive. I take it you're in the farming industry. Yeah, those Kate Spades are expensive. No, I think the most I paid for a purse was $24, and I thought about that a lot, okay? especially us as women. We got a lot of different things. We got to dress it up, floss it up a little bit. So I don't need to spend a whole lot of money on one thing. But to each his own. It's just never been my thing. I can look cute on the budget. I don't need a lot. Trays of flowers from the garden shop. Yep, I agree. Party, exactly. Ozempic is so dangerous, and most people gain back all their weight within months of when they stop. The yo-yo is more dangerous than the weight. Yeah, I had a friend that did that. Oof. Oof. She was paying $1,000. I know it's less expensive now, but she was paying $1,000 for this shot and gained it all back. Uh, I don't know. I don't really believe in dieting. I don't really believe in diet pills. Just me. I don't believe in that. My mom has always said diet means die. Okay. I just believe in healthier lifestyle changes, and we go through struggles with it, and it is what it is. But I'm just trying to adopt a healthier lifestyle that I could attempt to keep up with. I won't say I eat the healthiest. Hell, I'm trying to get my husband to go to a Chinese buffet at the end of the day. Okay, so it is what it is. But I try to exercise at least 3 days a week, and I drink my water. Okay, I take my vitamins every day. Um, Try to get some sun. I try to eat my fruits and vegetables as much as I can. I won't say I do it every day. I'm actually now trying to up my fruit intake because my doctor said my potassium is low for some reason. I haven't got on potassium pills and it's still low. So I don't know what's going on with that. So I'm just trying to keep it together. But I don't have any weight like goal number in mind that I have to reach. I have a number in mind I wouldn't mind getting down to, but if I don't make it, I'm not gonna boo-hoo about it. I go more in how I feel. I do like myself at a lower weight than where I was at before, but I was still very happy with where I was at before. I just feel that my clothes fit better because I refuse to buy a new wardrobe for weight. I refuse. And that has always been my target for if I feel like I have to start increasing, like buy new clothes, then I need to start buckling down a little bit more. So, but to each his own in how people feel about themselves. But this is just my standard for myself. But I just think adopting lifestyle changes that are sustainable for you, I think is much better than pills and all of that stuff. But I think that every condition or every situation is different. Like some people have like health issues and things like that. So I don't know. I don't want to tell people what they should and should not do. I just know what works for me. In our lives, I have watched so many miracle weight loss gimmicks. Oh, oof, don't feed into those little weight loss things. Anytime I learned this from Wendy Williams, okay? Wendy Williams said, anytime you have a celebrity that comes on television, talk show, whatever, they're trying to sell you something. Oh, here's my book. Here's this. Here's that. And they're utilizing their celebrity, you idolizing them in order to get you to come out of pocket. I strive not to be that gullible. Okay. Not to say I have not been influenced, but I try not to be that gullible. Okay. Hey, Miss Alicia, joining, finished writing sprints, but now need to leap through the shower, so I'll be back. Yeah, I need to as well. On this next sprint, I'm going to eat and take a shower. I still need to do my abs though. I didn't do that, so I'm gonna do that first. I remember that. So rude. Ooh, which one are we talking about? We've been talking a minute. What happened? What was rude? I can't work since my stroke because of the physical effects, but I can write a decent work. You know what? You got to do what you got to do, okay? But I would keep applying for that disability there, okay? Keep applying for it. Sad, not mad. Facts. Wealthy patients treat everyone like they're exactly. You could just it burns me up. You could just tell there's somebody, or they think there's somebody when you walk in the door. It's that air. Like I had a patient the other day. You can give me this. You can give me this, because I'm always like, hey, okay, I've done everything I did for you. Can I get you something? Before I leave, it's all part of our etiquette at the hospital. Hey, before I leave, can I help you with anything? You can get me this. Okay, here you go, ma'am. Okay, well, you can get me this. No, hey, would you mind? You can get me this. You can get me this. And I'm just like, after a while, I have to, like, there was one lady, she kept rattling off things and then getting upset that I wasn't doing everything at one time. Like, it's only so many things I can do. And then you're also asking me things outside of my job description. Like, there's a certain amount of cross-reference we all do in a hospital, or cross-training, not cross-reference. But some things I'm not equipped to do, and I'm not going to go out of my way. Okay. Like, I will help you if you're able to walk good. I will help you to the potty. Okay. Because we all need help every now and then. I will help you to the potty. Am I wiping? No. I will help you to the potty. I tell you, you need to stay here. I'm putting on the call bell and somebody else is going to come help you get up. That's my bottom line. But I know some people in my position that won't even do that. They'll be like, well, you're like, I need to go potty. Okay, let me put on your call bell and somebody will be with you shortly. And depending on how much work I have to do and who you are, I may be like that. I'm going to put on your call bell and help you. Okay. I'm not putting a bedpan on. I've done that back in the day. I'm not doing that again. I will help you if you're able, if you're ambulatory, to get up to the potty. And it depends. Do you have a bedside commode or do you have a bathroom? So, but I'm not wiping. I was thinking of a situation that happened the other day with something on the floor, but I'm not doing that either. I'm just saying there's limitations about what I'm going to help you with. Okay. And if you're rude, I'm not helping you with, I'm helping you with the bare minimum. Okay. Mentality that our social system fosters. Oh yeah, definitely. That's that inequity in it. When I was in the hospital after my stroke, I was so grateful to the nursing staff. Yeah. And that's good. You should be happy. And I'm not saying grovel, just to thank you. Somebody went and got you something, out of their way. Like, you asked me for a glass of water and some crackers, which isn't a lot to ask, but that's something I did not come in here for. Sometimes, like, we have this thing in our hospital where don't walk by a call light that's on. Because, people are busy. The nurses have different patients. Normally there's like maybe 2, 3, may even be 1 if they're shorthanded, because we're always shorthanded. Techs on the floor. Like, it's not enough personnel to go around the amount of patients that are there to take care of any and every single need in a timely manner. It's just not possible. Okay. So that's why I say there's a certain amount of not cross training, maybe it's cross training. Anyway, there's a certain amount of helping out that we do that's outside of my job description, so it is what it is, but I may have just been walking by and I saw your light and I stopped in. Hey man, can I help you with something? That's more than some of my coworkers, because they will just pass on by. Okay. So if I can, I will stop. But you asked me for a blanket, you asked me for a cup of water, you asked me to help you to go to the bathroom. That's not deserving of at least a little thank you. You don't even know me, mind you. You're not even my patient. I was passing by and this little lovely brown face just poked her head in with a cute headband, not this one. But I just walked in and said, hello, ma'am, how can I help you? And I did all the things that you asked. If you were waiting for that nurse, you would have waited another 30 minutes. Okay. And some of these patients will even say, while you're here, because I know the nurse last time took an hour, or I know she's busy, can you help? You already know you're going to be waiting a minute, okay? So unless you have an individual person one-on-one, you're going to be waiting a while. So that's deserving of you at least being a little bit nice. That's not groveling, that's human decency. Some people very much lack that, okay? Dieting starts with diet. Exactly. That's what my mom says. She don't believe in it. Don't believe in it. Okay. She said that I must have been about 15, 16 when my mom first said that. And I still remember that. Okay. And that's the reason I don't believe in dieting. Okay. Dieting works in the short term, not in the long term, like to a certain extent I believe in it, but like lifestyle changes are better. So something you can enact if you are really trying to lose weight, or maybe not even lose weight, because not everybody wants to lose weight, and that's fine. But just the idea of just enacting some change for a better lifestyle for yourself, of something that's sustainable. It's just like with boot camp, right? Boot camp, first 2 weeks of the year, it was like no sugar. I was limiting carbs. I was drinking a lot of water, which I'm still attempting. That's the lifestyle change. But the whole no sugar, no chips, I'm not, and no alcohol, I'm not doing that. There's no way. You got me bent. There's no way. That was, you can call that a diet for 2 weeks, okay? Because I sure was eating ice cream at midnight when that ended. But I'm just saying that if you want to call that a diet, you can. I call that a restriction more than anything, which a diet is a restriction, but lifestyle changes, okay? That was to help jumpstart me into something new, but definitely not sustainable. It's like that military diet, the cabbage soup diet. I've heard of a bean diet. I've heard of the liquid diet, the soup broth diet. Come on now. Are you really going to keep that? No. No. I'm realistic. I'm a realistic. If you want somebody to blow smoke up your ass, don't come my way, because I am so not that person. I'm better at explaining that better than I used to be, because I used to be very blunt about it and not be shy about it. It's like, you came to me. You know who I am. You came here for sugar words. Come on now. That's just not even. Maggie says the foodie who will learn all the recipes because I live too far in the country for takeout. Nothing wrong with that. And you know what? I went on this stint for a while. I didn't keep it up, a fad, I guess, if you will. But I did enact the lifestyle changes for it. But I was doing this whole thing where I was saying that if I wanted junk, I would make it. And that actually works really well because you know what's in it, and so that's not a bad thing. I'm too lazy. So I just try to limit junk so I don't have to make it, and then I eat all this commercial processed stuff. But at least you know what's in it, and you're saving some money. So there's nothing wrong with that. I like that idea. You can come make me some healthy brownies. Oh, y'all, we've been talking a minute. Okay, good conversation, by the way. But let's get into our next sprint, because I didn't stretch after my workout, and my hip's starting to hurt. And I'm hungry. And I'm sweating here still. So those are all recipes for me to get my butt up and to go and do some stuff. So that's what we are going to do. So here we go. We got a food race, okay? Got a food race in the house. Very fitting because I'm hungry. What is this? Hold on. What is that at the bottom? I don't know if y'all could see. Let me take this off real quick. Hold up. This banner. Where is that at? So you can see what you're voting for. Oh, now we got the tangible reads in the way. All right, well, I'll look at the other screen. So number one is, what is that? Is that fries? Looks like fries, peas. I think it's supposed to be a lemon. So I'm going to say that's like fish and chips, which is fish and French fries in the U.S. But fish and chips, I believe, is number one. Number two is popcorn. Number three is a hot dog. And number four is a sandwich. So pick your poison and what you want to win, okay? Fish and chips, popcorn, hot dog, and a sandwich. I'm not a huge fan of hot dogs, but a hot dog actually looks pretty good. But I'm going to go, I do love some popcorn. I'm going to go with a sandwich. Who wouldn't want a good sandwich, okay? So I'm going to go with the sandwich. Let me know which food you want to be the ultimate winner, okay? Making things at home means they are a lot healthier and tastier. That is true. Oh my God. Y'all hear that? It sounds like the guy is using the blower right outside my window. See, this is the reason why on Tuesdays, oh my gosh, she's like right there. It's so loud. Hopefully you can still hear me. Sounds like he's getting closer. But and now he's leaving. Okay, we're good to go. Yeah, but this is the reason why I don't sprint outside. I have a nice, huge deck. Not as great as the one at my old house in Jersey. I loved it. Oh my gosh. That's the one thing I miss about my house in New Jersey is the tranquility of my backyard. I was over like a flight path, so you had planes every now and then, but it was like a nature park out there. You didn't have houses that you had to contend with because there was a lot of bamboo, which was a source of pain. But it was green. There was birds chirping. I didn't have to deal with people. It was lovely. Here, I see like 8 houses when I walk outside. And also, every Tuesday at this time, this guy mows the lawns in the neighborhood. So there is no peace whatsoever. So we are inside. Maybe whenever I move, we'll have some outside deck time, but I do miss outside sprints. It was lovely. Uh-huh. Try to, oh man, we did. Oh, see, you got me in good conversations. Okay, so Maggie is going to choose the popcorn. I'm going to choose the sandwich. There we go. There we go. And we're going to get to this sprint for 45 minutes. Okay. I will see you in 45. look at that. The sandwich just slid in there real smooth at the last minute. Okay. I see you, sandwich. I see you, sandwich. Okay. And that was the spritz. The sandwich won. Okay. I like that little action at the last minute. Sandwiches went right there. Okay. Okay. How was the sprint, everybody? Let me know. Let me know how you went. Whew. I'm still like sweating. I just got out the shower and got things, together. Still a little bit sweating from the humidity and all that stuff. But what is my stream doing? Hold up. I'm trying to click on something. There we go. So I did that on the sprint. I did not eat because I had to take a phone call too, but I did sprint. I did take a shower and got cleaned up, got a little decent looking, so that's always a plus. And on the next sprint, I'm going to attempt to eat a little bit and do a little bit of reading because that's what I want to do here. So we shall see how it goes. I'm trying to find a timer back here, y'all. No. But let me know how your sprint went. And we will go from there. There we go. Whew, sweating, y'all. Man, this humidity is no joke, okay? Whew. I did hug my dog, by the way. National Hug Your Dog Day. Thank you, Swank. So did that too, okay? Maggie was going for the popcorn, did not win. Number one was going for number one. Faithful was going for number one, which is fish and chips, and that did not win as well. Let's see. We have, hello, Christina. How are you doing? I've been missing you. Welcome. How's it going? Oh, we're hydrating, feeding ourselves, checking the laundry, taking the meds, stretching, showing some love to the like button, to sub and ring the bell to be notified. I like all of those things, okay? I'm slacking on some of those things today, okay? But I'm going to rectify most of those in this next sprint, okay? We're going to get to that shortly. Okay, well, Alicia also went for the popcorn. A lot of popcorn lovers. No love for the sandwiches, y'all. Yeah, laundry, that is a thing. I've done a lot of laundry in the last few days, okay? On the last sprint, right before I got in the shower, I actually put up laundry. We did it yesterday and it was in a basket. So I guess while we were talking, my husband decided to put up his portion and put the rest on the bed. So I put mine up and laundry is complete in our house, hopefully for another week because we've done a lot of laundry. And Swank said hello to Mama. Hello. Where is all of my, sorry, I'm looking for all of my controls. Where are they here? Okay, I think I found them. Okay, y'all, so what we're going to do is we're going to do on this day in history and then get to our last sprint, okay? Get to our last sprint. Today is March 10th. March 10th, y'all. This month will be gone before we know it, okay? So make sure you get your ARCs in for March Madness, okay? All right, so March 10th. On this day in March 10th, you had Thomas, I probably said that right. I think it's Thomas de Berlanga, Bishop of Panama, discovered the Galapagos Islands when his ship blew off course in the Pacific Oceans. Galapagos is an ancient Spanish word for tortoise. I did not know that. Galapagos means tortoise. Okay. Berlanga found giant tortoises and marine iguanas living on the islands. Interesting. Okay, Bishop of Panama discovered the Galapagos Islands. Okay. In 1535 today. I actually had a friend that, a coworker that actually visited the Galapagos Islands. Her and her husband went out there and had a blast, okay? Swimming in the waters, all that good stuff. The first telephone call was made with Scottish inventor Alexander Graham Bell, used his new electric device to summon his assistant, Thomas Watson, from a neighboring room with the words, "Mr. Watson, come here. I want to see you." And that happened in 1876. You know what? I did not know that Alexander Graham Bell was Scottish, y'all. I did not know that. I knew he was American, but maybe Scottish American. But yeah, I didn't know his background was Scottish. So, Watson, come here. I want to see you. In 1876, first telephone call. Apparently, in 241 BCE, you had the Battle of Agusa. It was fought against the Roman and Carthaginians. I know I said it wrong. Control of the Mediterranean Sea. First of three wars fought on the rival states. Oh, so much craziness in the world. Everybody wants to own something, you know? Also, on this day, the French Foreign Legion was created by King Louis Philippe as a military service to the French Empire. 2006, NASA's Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter spacecraft entered orbit around Mars and began mapping the surface of the red planet, which I have learned Mars is cold, not hot. We think it's red and it's hot, but it's not. And in 1098, Edessa was established by the Crusaders as the first kingdom and Christian state located in modern-day Armenia. And lastly, in 1981, you have Samuel Eto'o was born. Apparently, that's a Cameroonian soccer player. Star Striker holds the record for scoring the most goals in history in the African Cup of Nations. 18. That's a lot. Well, that is this day in history. However, I am looking at March 9th, and apparently March 9th in 1959. Y'all, you know who we got? The first Barbie doll right there, who was named after the inventor's daughter. The Barbie doll was revealed at the New York Toy Fair. Based on a German doll called Bill Lilly, Barbie has been updated over the years to match changing fashions. I did not know Barbie was not like really original. So it's based on a German doll. See, I thought Barbie was just an invention that I forgot the original creator's name, but I know it was played by Rhea Perlman in the Barbie movie. I had a patient watching it the other day, but I know it was named after her daughter Barbara. But I thought it was highly original. Really? Okay. Build Lily. Okay, well, learn something new. Anyway, that's this day in history there, okay? So let's get back to our last sprint. We talked a lot on, oh no, I think I did something. I think I put somebody in timeout. Hold up. I did something. No, I think I clicked. Hold up. Come on. Okay, maybe I didn't do that. All right, never mind. I thought I clicked something about put somebody in timeout here. Okay, hello. Okay, Swing says hello to Maggie there. We are going to get to our last sprint here, y'all. And we are going to make it St. Patty's theme. Because you know, at least in America, this is coming up here. So here we go. We have our St. Patrick's Day theme. And it is growing some shamrock plants. There we go. I'm growing some plants here. So we got our 4 little leprechauns, which are all very interesting looking. You have number 1 through 4, okay? You have, let's see, can we go by the color of their pictures? No, because 3 are purple. So we're going to go by, I guess their skin color, because they all, I'm trying to think of any defining feature. Well, anyway, we'll go number 1, you got a little brown dude. Number 2 is looking like a green dude. Number 3 has the blue picture, and number 4 has the spiky hair with the goatee. Well, you know what? I think number 4 looks very interesting to me with the goatee. It looks like a pimp. So I'm going to go with number 4. Oh, you can't even see him. Can I move myself? Hold up. No, that ain't right. Hold up. I'm trying to see if you can see. All right. Well, there you go. Right there. See number 4? A little pimp. Oh, that is cute. Okay, that is cute. So that is our. Let me see if I can get another. There we go. That's a better layout so you can see everybody. Okay, so you have 1 through 4 here. Which would y'all like to win? Okay, I'm going to go with number 4 in the house. Oh man, they do make these characters very interesting. Number 2 looks pale. Like he looks green to me. I don't know what he looks like to y'all, but he looks green, like he's going to be sick. Ooh, but I do like that mustache though. I didn't think of that. Okay, I do kind of like that mustache, but I'm gonna stick with number 3. I'm gonna stick with. I'm sorry, 4. 4 reminds me of. Oh my gosh, what is it? He's an actor. He never has like huge roles, but he always plays in movies, but not the leading character. He was in The Wedding Singer as was it the no, was it The Wedding Singer? Yeah, The Wedding Singer of that cover band that was doing the cussing, if I'm not mistaken. If y'all know, y'all know. All right, number 2, he has a villain mustache. Yeah, it's the villain mustache. Adorbs. I like it. I like it. All right, y'all. Let's get to this last sprint, okay? Make it count. We got 45 minutes on the table, and I will see y'all in 45 minutes. Happy reading. Sorry about that. Can't get copyrighted. Man, that was quick. I looked up and then I'm like, is it done already? Okay, well, that was the last sprint. And who was the winner? Oh, first, okay. Number one was the winner. How can you tell, really? I guess it does look a little bit bigger, but they look about the same, just distances. But okay, number one was the winner. So, did anybody choose number one? I know I did not. Where is the comments chat right here? Oh, the villain mustache. Nope, nope, nope. Did not win there. Alicia says, I'm back from my errand and I guess I missed an eventful chatty bit. I think I will eat some yogurt and vote for number four. Yeah, that's what I did. And four didn't win. It was number one. I was going to choose one or four. And I guess I chose wrong. But that's okay. That's okay. I did manage to pick up my graphic here. Hold on, I'm trying here that I'm getting. It's called Mary Sue right here for NetGalley. So I'm early into it, but it's about a girl who writes vampire fanfic and then the people at school find out. So it should be interesting. It looks cute thus far. So I guess it's supposed to be some awkwardness and craziness going on it. But I got this off of NetGalley as a NetGalley arc. So I'm excited to read that. So this is my goal for today. I got some things I got to do around the house after this sprint ends. But my goal for today is to read this. Hopefully I can finish it. It says it's 145 pages. So not that long. So we'll see. We shall see. But hopefully your yogurt is good. Chris said I chose 3, and hello to Courtney. I hope you're doing well. Doing well. How about yourself? Hello, Double Jen. Good morning to you as well. Yeah, I did not win. Nope. Excuse me. Hold on, one more. Sorry about that. Allergies. Maggie is heading out to start my stream soon. Awesome. Well, I will definitely be in the chats here, okay? I got my computer, so it'll be open to a few different streams. So I'll be in and out lurking in most of y'all's, okay? So, been a good day. Much appreciated y'all coming here. I wouldn't normally go to like 3 or 4, but I want to, I'm trying to extend out my streams like about another hour or so, but today's not going to be that day. So what we will be having, thank you very much for the blessing. Much appreciated. Comments disappeared. Why did your comments disappear? I'm not sure why your comments disappeared. I don't know. You know how streams are. Sometimes they pick things up and sometimes people are in the chats and you don't see them. Okay, y'all. So this is it for us today. However, I will be back on Saturday at a time I don't normally sprint. Okay, so don't be alarmed about the day when you're if you see me out there. But on Saturday, 9 p.m. to 12 a.m., I will be scheduled shortly, hopefully, for March Madness Sprint. So if you are around, bring your ARC in. Let's do some things, okay? But I will be around the next few days intermittently because I have to work. International Bagpipe Day. Ooh, that's interesting. I did not know that. And National Women and Girls HIV Awareness Day. I did not know that either. Okay. So is there I'm assuming there's an International Men's and Boys HIV Awareness Day? Oh, I had no idea whatsoever. Okay. I know March is Women's History Month, so very interesting. I said October. Now I'm second guessing some stuff, y'all. See, what is wrong with me? Women's History Month. I was thinking it was March. It is March. Okay. Sunday, March 1st. I started second guessing if it was October. I think I'm confusing it with UK Black History Month. Okay. Yeah, YouTube has its own little things it likes to do. Well, thank y'all for coming. It's been a very pleasant day. Got some things accomplished. Not as much reading, but I tend to get more reading done on other people's sprints than on my own. But we're gonna make some reading happen. Okay, definitely on Saturday we'll be getting quite a bit of reading done on that one. So, but I will be back next week on the 17th for St. Patty's Day sprint. That has already been scheduled. So I hope to see y'all then if I don't see you on Saturday night. Okay. So y'all have a thoroughly blessed day and stay warm always. Okay. Take care, y'all. Bye bye.